Senate chamber. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate chamber. Did you know that you can watch the Senate live on YouTube? Visit the channel by browsing to youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. That's youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Chamber. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Chamber. Did you know that you can watch the Senate live on YouTube? Visit the channel by browsing to youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. That's youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Chamber. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Chamber. Did you know that you can watch the Senate live on YouTube? Visit the channel by browsing to youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. That's youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Chamber. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Chamber. Did you know that you can watch the Senate live on YouTube? Visit the channel by browsing to youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. That's youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Chamber. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Chamber. Did you know that you can watch the Senate live on YouTube? Visit the channel by browsing to youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. That's youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Chamber. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Chamber. Did you know that you can watch the Senate live on YouTube? Visit the channel by browsing to youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. That's youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Chamber. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Chamber. Did you know that you can watch the Senate live on YouTube? Visit the channel by...
Good morning, Senators. The Senate will come to order. The Senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privileges of the floor will please retire to the gallery. Again, good morning, Senators. The Senators and all in attendance, if you are able, please rise. We will be led in prayer this morning by the Reverend Dr. Charles T. Dupree of St. Paul's Episcopal Church in Richmond. Following the prayer, if everyone will please remain standing, and we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Jasmine Van Dyke, who is the Journal Assistant Calendar Clerk in the Senate Clerk's office.
Let us pray. O God of sun and moon, God of snow and rain, God of mist and mountain, God of our questions and God of our answers, God of our big ideas and our worst mistakes. God of all, thank you for the gift and the beauty of this day and for the collection of leaders and gifts here gathered. Guide us in what we say and what we do, in what we speak with our lips and hear with our hearts. Work through this space and this time. work through the hearts of these, your precious children, to bring wisdom, clarity, and insight as they do the work that is before them, and help them always to feel a sense of the love that you have for them and for us all. May they be blessed this day, that they may be a blessing to others. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The clerk will call the roll. All those present, please vote aye. The clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Madam President. Senate Journal for Tuesday, October 28, 2025.
The senior senator from Enrico, Senator Bagby, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 17.
Ayes 21, no 17. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communications from the House of Delegates.
We do not have any, Madam President.
The clerk will report any communications from the governor.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the senator from Eastern Fairfax County rise?
Thank you. Good morning, Madam President.
Good morning.
Thank you. Appears the governor still hasn't learned how to spell, so I'd like to move to waive reading of his communication.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the senator from Franklin County
Speak in
rise?
opposition to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the body. We have always lived in a world where we give the deference to the executive when they send a message down to this body, and we read it. I remember Madam Clerk read a message from Ralph Northam one time wishing me a happy Valentine's Day. That was not waived. And I don't think we should be waiving any communications from the governor when it pertains to the issue that we're about to debate, not only today, but for the remaining days that we are here. It is imperative that even in the midst of us having a partisan disagreement, that we respect not only the executive branch, but also the traditions of this body. I spoke about that yesterday. And I think it's very important that we should, President, vote down this motion.
Will the senator from Franklin County yield for a question?
To quote a great Virginian, I am speaking, but I will yield.
Madam President, I would say to the gentleman that
the senator has not been recognized. And I do believe that came from, is my microphone on? I do believe that came from the Vice President originally of the United States, former Vice President. The senator from Bath has the floor.
not from Bath.
Where are you from now?
I live in Charlottesville, madam.
Good. The senator from Charlottesville has the floor.
That's right.
Madam President, I would say to the gentleman that he's been here a number of years. Does he not recall the number of occasions when Terry McAuliffe occupied the third floor that the then majority leader from James City County moved to waive the reading of of the communication, and it was waived.
Madam President, it's been a long time that I've been on this floor, so my recollections are not always clear. I don't remember that.
Thank the
Sometimes
gentleman.
I've tried to block out the senator from James City County from my memory on occasion, but I don't have that recollection. But I do believe, Madam President, that we should be listening to the governor during this most important constitutional crisis time. Thank you.
The chair has not even been reported to that there is a communication from the governor. So has Madam Clerk so stated? I thank the clerk. Will the clerk officially report whether there was any communications from the governor? That was not established.
We do have a communication from the governor,
Senator Sorovel.
and it has been distributed.
Thank you, Madam President. I renew my motion.
The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the governor be waived? Those in favor of waiving the reading of the communication will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 17.
Ayes 21, no 17. The reading of the communications from the governor is waived. For what purpose does the senator again from Eastern Fairfax County rise?
Madam President, we at the morning hour?
We are in the morning hour.
Okay, thank you, Madam President.
You're jumping the gun because I haven't had an opportunity to say we have arrived now at the morning hour.
I was waiting for you.
We have now arrived at the time in our morning hour, and the usual procedure is that your senator will rise and speak about you, and please rise at that time so that we can all see you. And then if you will hold your applause until I have welcomed you, then that will be the most proper way. So glad to see you. Again, Senator Sorovel.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen of the body, the House of Delegates is waiting for us to act so they can get moving on with some committee hearings and things. And so in light of that, I would move that we pass by the morning hour so we can get straight to the docket. We come back to the morning hour after we're done with the docket and do our greetings and waves for journal and all that kind of stuff.
Is that a move, sir?
Madam President, I move that we pass by the morning hour temporarily so that we can get to the docket.
Is that a motion? Yes. All right. Hasty. In light of what I've just said, we are now making a motion to not hear from you right now. The question is, shall the morning hour portion be temporarily waived? The senator from Rockingham County, Senator Obenchain.
There is no objection on this side to bypassing the morning
All
hour
right.
for now.
Without objection, the morning hour is temporarily passed by. Senator from Franklin County.
Thank you, Madam President. May the Senate Journal reflect that my seatmate, the senator from Spotsylvania, continues to be away on pressing personal business.
Thank you, Senator. The Journal will so reflect. Senator from Colonial Heights.
Madam President, I'd ask that the Journal reflect that my seatmate, the senior senator from Virginia Beach, the Journal reflect that he is away from the Capitol on pressing personal business.
Without objection, again, the Senate Journal will so reflect. The clerk will call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Wednesday, October 29, 2025. Regular calendar, House Joint Resolution on third reading. House Joint Resolution 6006, relating to the scope of business that may come before the 2024 Special Session 1 of the General Assembly. Reported from the Committee on Rules.
And we have 2 floor.
And there are 2 floor amendments.
The senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that House Joint Resolution 6006 pass, and speaking to that, we do not have any amendments.
From the senator.
We have 2 amendments.
Yes.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, we have 2 proposed floor amendments. I'd ask that we take up number 1 first, if it could be distributed to the body.
I don't.
Where is the bill? You have the bill?
You don't have a copy of it?
Senator Peake, the senator from Lynchburg. Microphone.
I move the amendment. I'm not waiving the reading. I'm moving the amendment. number 1.
Amendment 1 to House Joint Resolution 6006. Line 16, as introduced after budget, strike or. And line 17, after introduced, after redistricting, insert or 8, resolution condemning politicians who wish death on children or families of elected officials.
Your microphone, Senator. Your microphone, Senator.
I got it.
Madam
Thank you,
President. Madam President.
Speaking to the
Senator
amendment.
Peake has the floor.
Madam President.
Speaking to the amendment.
The senator may continue.
Madam President.
During this
Madam
time,
President, I move that we limit debate under Rule 47A, paragraph 6 to 5 minutes. It's
I
non-debatable.
believe I have the floor, Madam President, and proceeding with
Senator
my
has the
amendment.
floor.
You know,
Madam President, I made a motion.
as of
Madam President, I
last
made a
week,
motion.
We had absolutely zero
Madam President,
idea
I made a
that we
motion.
would be called back to the state Senate and to the House
Madam
of
President, I
Delegates.
made a motion.
to
You have to
consider
recognize me. I made a
this
motion.
redistricting motion, Madam President. But now that we are here, and you are pulled off of the campaign trail, I think because the Democrats in the House and Democrats in the Senate want to take attention away from the issues that the Commonwealth faces as they prepare to vote from now until Tuesday, November 4th. They are trying to distract the citizens from what is really important and what the issues are.
Madam President.
Fortunately, we are here today, and this is an issue, and in an attempt to bring
Madam President, point of order.
bipartisanship and camaraderie in the Commonwealth. The
Madam
state
President,
Senate,
just a point of order.
as two great Virginians pointed out, George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, centuries ago pointed out that the Senate is a great cooling saucer of
Senator,
legislation.
the senator from Lynchburg will temporarily suspend. The senator
Certainly,
from
Madam President.
the senator from Virginia Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. Point of order.
The senator may state it.
Madam President, there was a motion on the floor.
It was not recognized because the gentleman from Lynchburg has the floor.
Madam President.
Is
I
that
do not
another
yield.
point of order?
It wasn't just an inquiry or you did not state that
It
that
is.
was not recognized or not. So we did not know if you heard the motion or not. So it would be great if you could communicate.
It was not recognized because I continued to say the senator from Lynchburg has the floor. That means the senator from Lynchburg has the floor.
Thank you, Madam
sir.
President.
Thank you. Senator Peake.
Madam
Thank
President,
you,
point of
Madam
order.
President. I have a feeling
Madam President,
it's going
point
to be
of
very
order.
difficult for me to get
The
through
senator
this,
from
but get through
Lynchburg will
this
again-
I will, because I have something that the citizens of the Commonwealth need to hear, and this amendment goes to
The
what
senator
the citizens
from Lynchburg will suspend temporarily. The
need to hear.
senator from Prince William, the senior senator, has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, is it not true under Rule 46 that a senator is allowed to interrupt on a point of order and on a motion? And when precedents of our rules of the Senate, Rule 47 allows a motion to calling for limited of debate under 47, Rule 47, that motion is not debatable.
Madam President, that we should all read number 46. No senator shall be allowed to be interrupted while speaking except on points of order to correct erroneous statements, which I don't make erroneous statements, or for a senator to answer any questions that may be stated by the senator speaking. That's Rule 46.
The Senate will be temporarily at ease while we consider
Thank you, Madam President. As I was speaking to the amendment.
The Senate will come to order. We must have order in the people's body. The senator from Lynchburg has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Returning to speaking to the amendment. Since we have the pleasure of being back here in Richmond the week before the election, a lot of bad things have happened since we left session. We had a lawmaker and her husband in Minnesota were brutally murdered, and another lawmaker was badly wounded by someone who shot him. And then we had the Charlie Kirk assassination back in September. So since we are here, I would like to take this opportunity to try and cool things down in the Commonwealth, to try and bring a little bit of bipartisanship to what is going on in the Commonwealth. We have an obligation. We are leaders. We have an obligation to set an example for the rest of the Commonwealth, especially our young people, to tell them, to show them that violence is not the answer, that when we have political disputes or political disagreements, we can never resort to violence or talking about violence or encouraging violence, because as we have seen, when some people encourage violence or talk about violence, there are people out there who are not stable, who act upon those comments. And for that reason, I would ask this body, since we are here and nothing else to do, that we adopt this resolution, to this amendment to the resolution, so we can show everyone in the Commonwealth and across the country that we condemn political violence. So thank you.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Sorovell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to limit debate pursuant to Rule 47A, subsection 6 to 5 minutes. It's not debatable.
Subsection which one, sir? 47A?
A6.
The question is, shall debate be limited to 5 minutes per each side? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes.
5 total, not 5 each side, 5 total.
So by my math, the chair says 2.5 minutes per. Just want to make sure math still maths. All right. Those in favor of that motion, 2.5 minutes per side, will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, no 17.
Ayes 20, no 17. The motion passes. Senator Peake. Again, the senator from Lynchburg will state his case on his amendment number 1.
I've already stated my case, Madam President. I think we have the opportunity to condemn political violence, to condemn the expressions of political violence. I think it is important based on what is going on in our country and our Commonwealth. I will just point out that in this recent election cycle, 3 House of Delegates members have had their lives threatened. Gary Higgins, Kim Taylor, and most recently yesterday, Delegate Wendell Walker. So we cannot have our leaders our politicians, and then those who are running for office to represent us at the highest level, possibly in law enforcement, as the Commonwealth's top lawyer. We cannot have those individuals expressing thoughts of death and violence to their political opponents. So that is, I move the amendment.
The senator has 1 minute and 41 seconds remaining. The clock will be restarted at 1 minute and 41 seconds.
Thank you, Madam President.
The senator has not been recognized.
I can't do it. I mean, I hit pause as soon as I could.
Can we just use an iPhone or something?
I don't think I can do it live. I can do it in 15 minutes. Yes, we don't have it. Yeah, we don't have it by the same time.
I have my iPhone available, 1 minute, 41 seconds. The senator from Roanoke has the floor. Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Madam President. I think the shot clock is a great thing for basketball. I don't think it's a great thing for legislating, and don't think it's great we're stifling debate today. I remember the great comments from the former senator from Northern Fairfax, Janet Howe, who regularly spoke against that. I think this is a great opportunity for us to do something that we should all be in agreement about. I saw the majority leader's comments condemning the former delegate, now Attorney General nominee's comments saying that was completely inappropriate. It seems like this is something we should all be able to agree on. Usually we all love it when our children read news. It's great when they see state political news. It was not so great when my daughter, who's going to turn 12 today, was reading the comments and said, so he wants the death of Republican legislators' children. I said, that's the way it reads. And she said, I said, does that hit you? She said, that's pretty clear. I said, I think it's pretty clear too. It's not good. And I think we should all be able to condemn that. Thank you, Madam President.
There are 16 seconds remaining. The senator from Franklin County.
I'll see if I can do it. Madam President, I'm only going to speak that we should be voting for this amendment, but also to the fact that we're stifling debate in this very body is a continuation of us not doing what we've always done and we should be doing. This is outrageous, Madam
The senator's
President,
time has expired.
and it should stop. Thank you, Madam President.
I do not have a senator identified on the majority side who will state the case. If there is one, please identify yourself. The senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Madam President. 2.5 minutes. On the clock. All right. So, Madam President, appreciate the amendment here by the chairman of the Republican Party. But I would just note that it's awfully rich. If we just look at the things that the president has said, in September 23, the president posted on social media that General Mark Milley's actions were so egregious in times gone by, the punishment would have been death. October 24, about Liz Cheney, he said that Liz Cheney should face a rifle with 9 barrels shooting at her and have guns trained on her face. When Maxine Waters spoke in 2018, he tweeted that Maxine Waters had just called for harm of his supporters of his movement and warned, be careful what you wish for, Max, to Congresswoman Maxine Waters. He's also made many other violent statements. I could list about 30 more. The other one I want to highlight is that when Speaker Pelosi faced a man who broke into her house and assaulted her husband, I believe with a hammer, and put him in the hospital and nearly killed him, when he was in front of his supporters later, he made a joke about it and said, hey, how's he doing? And to the cheers and jeers of his supporters. And I haven't heard a single word of condemnation from the other side, not a single word of condemnation of the leader of their party who wishes violence regularly on his political opponents, on people in office, on American citizens all the time. And what happened? We ended up having the Speaker of the House in Minnesota being murdered, assassinated at her home, her and her husband, after years of this kind of commentary. And so, Madam President, I just think it's awfully rich, coming from the other side, that suddenly now this is an issue this body needs to speak on, when this has been going on from their side for almost a decade now. And Madam President, I don't think this is something we need to take up as part of this special session. It's something that we can easily take up in the regular session later. It's not something that's that urgent right now. We not consider this amendment. Or I'd ask we reject this amendment.
There are 20 seconds remaining. Let the record show that the senator from Eastern Fairfax County has moved on with 20 seconds remaining. The question is, shall the Peake Amendment, number 1, be adopted? Number 1. Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No. This will be a recorded vote. Those who will accept the floor amendment, the Peake Amendment, number 1, will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
17, noes 21.
Aye 17, noes 21. Peake floor amendment number 1 fails.
Floor amendment number 2.
Speak.
The senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
I'll waive the reading of this one. Thank you. Speaking to the amendment, Madam President.
The senator may continue.
Well, but
the senator has to move the...
I move that we waive the reading of the...
Okay. The reading of the Peake number 2 floor amendment is waived without objection. Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking of number 2, and based on the debate that we just had from the senator from Eastern Fairfax, I think we have agreement on a resolution condemning political violence from anyone and everyone. I think it's a stand that we can take and should take. This is as simple and basic a statement as you can get to send a message across the Commonwealth that we all condemn political violence.
Madam President, will the senator yield for a question?
I will. The senator from Lynchburg yield for a question.
I am speaking after I finish.
The senator does not yield. The senator from Lynchburg has the floor.
I will yield after that. Thank you. I love that commercial, Madam President. I think it's a great commercial. But this is very basic, and as the senator from Eastern Fairfax talked about, the violence in Minnesota, horrific. Charlie Kirk, horrific. And this is completely apolitical. As the senator from Eastern Fairfax said, he brought up Donald Trump, who is not a Virginia resident, is not on the ballot this November, is not running for office in Virginia currently, but we do have someone who is. But I think this is a very valid statement, a positive statement that we can make as a body to send to everyone. No political violence. It's not acceptable. Don't say it. Don't make threats. Don't threaten children. Don't threaten mothers. Let's just don't do it. Stay away from violence altogether. We've got to be able to agree on this. And with that, Madam President, I will yield for a question.
Senator McPike, the senior senator from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd ask my friend if, in this instance, he approves of President Trump pardons of the violent criminals on January 6th.
Well,
the senator from Lynchburg has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. What President Trump has done or not done has nothing to do with what we are here today about in the Virginia General Assembly. But I will say, because I will answer that question. I don't think any person who committed a violent crime on January 6th should be pardoned.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Sorovell.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking against the amendment.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, the Senate, once again, I think I find this amendment to be rather rich. Not all of you were here on February the 18th of 2021, but I was. In that session, I introduced a commending resolution. The commending resolution asked to commend the Virginia State Police and the National Guard for the actions they took on January 6th to redeem our United States Capitol, which was under siege by insurrectionists. On that date, every member of my caucus co-sponsored that resolution, commending our state police for saving our country and our capital. I shopped that resolution to the other side, and I could not find a single member of the other side who was willing to commend our state police, our law enforcement officers, or our National Guard for saving our country. The message I got back was if I could take the word insurrection out, they might consider it, but only if I would take the word insurrection out. And I just want to note what happened that day. Number one, police officer Brian Sicknick got killed. He actually lived in my district. His family's been trying to get benefits under the Virginia Line of Duty Act, but he's been unable to do that because he was not a state police officer. He was only a Capitol police officer, even though he lived in Virginia. There were 4 other police officers who died by suicide afterwards. According to the Department of Justice, 140 officers were injured that day during the attack. Also, a comprehensive review of the body camera footage revealed nearly 1,000 instances of assault against police officers that day. And I don't believe I've still heard today a single condemnation of anything that happened on that date. I heard the chairman of the Republican Party of Virginia say people shouldn't be pardoned, but I haven't heard a single person say that anything that happened that day was wrong, improper. And I hear people wrap themselves in law enforcement all the time, but when it comes down to actually defending law enforcement who are attacked, I find this request to be rather rich because I find it to be rather duplicitous because I don't see a lot of consistency out there when it comes to anything involving the leader of the Republican Party right now, Madam President. And I would ask that we reject this amendment.
The senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak to the amendment.
The senator has the floor.
You know, I'm reminded, Madam President, sometimes when my children fight, both are equally at fault. And I'll say, you must apologize. And the other one will say, I'm not going to apologize until they apologize first, which is silly, childish, immature. But you expect it from a child who is learning what a responsibility and accountability and sometimes doing what is right or acknowledging it, even when the other side maybe has not to your satisfaction bent the knee, apologized or admitted something or done something. We shouldn't have to say, you apologize first and then I'll apologize. This is a simple amendment which allows us quite simply to make a statement which should resonate throughout the nation, to allow us to probably come together in one of the only things that will unify us, because I don't think there's anybody over there that condones political violence. And in the same, I would say there is no one over here who condones political violence. How hard is it just to add to this a simple statement which is not only timely, but is needed in this nation for us as adults to stand up and say we condemn political violence by a resolution that we all sign on to, that we all vote for as a Senate resolution, and we make a statement that may just prevent the next act of violence against someone because of their political views or statements from happening. I am reminded of one of the greatest people that ever walked this earth in human form, Pope John Paul II, now Saint John Paul II, who made a very telling statement about political violence. And I think it's appropriate here when we consider just adding and amending the resolution to allow us to condemn political violence, especially when we're seeing it today, on both sides. On both sides. St. John Paul said, "On my knees, I beg of you to turn away from the paths of violence and to return to the path of peace. Those who resort to violence always claim that only violence brings about change. But you must know there is a political, peaceful way to justice that has nothing to do with violence." Ladies and gentlemen, those are words of a saint. Simple, poignant, and timely. Why can't we'll never be saints, obviously, but why can't we make that simple statement? While we're here doing the business that we've been brought here to do, why can't we also leave here in the chamber, maybe divided on the issue of redistricting, congressional redistricting, but unified at least in saying, as we head into the last days before the final day of the election, that we condemn violence, much in the same way that St. John Paul II told us to. I don't think it's a heavy lift. I don't think it's that hard for us to do. And I don't think that this has to devolve into some political tit for tat. I think this is something we should do. And we can do it together and still show that we are a functioning, unified body of 40 when it counts. So I beg us all to approve this amendment number 2 to the resolution HJ 6006. It's the right thing to do. We are the Senate of Virginia, and each one of us owes that to this body to act in a way that makes a statement for all times that political violence is not acceptable in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President. For what purpose does the senator from Stafford rise?
Speaking to the amendment.
Senator, if you would allow me, there are 2 others ahead of you. Okay. Thank you. The senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Madam President, speaking to the amendment.
The senator has the floor.
You know, we have a lot of ways to address these issues. And Senator Serville has accused everybody on this side and every Republican of being complicit or accepting of what happened on January 6th. I hear you loud and clear, and I understand what you think of people on this side of the aisle and the fact that we may have supported the President of the United States. I want to tell you that on January 6th, if you look at my social media, and I'm not afraid to read it, it says, "Let me be clear, the violence and lawlessness that we are witnessing at and around the United States Capitol is anti-American and must stop. Real Donald Trump must tell people to go home." You know, I was not afraid to stand up and speak loudly and clearly with respect to what was going on in the Capitol. And when you all introduced that resolution, nobody on this side stood up and said, "You're not allowed to speak to that. You're not allowed to put before this body a resolution condemning what happened in Washington, D.C. We are a deliberative body, and that happened right before we convened session in that year, and session took it up. Well, you know what? We just got called back to Richmond the week before our statewide elections. And we're called back here today, this week, to take up something, you know, undercover darkness after 1 million people have already voted. And we're called back in the shadow of events that took place and disclosures that were made after people started to vote. After, what was it, September 19, when the polls opened and people were allowed to start voting, we now have an election 6 weeks, not an election day, and people are going to the polls these days because of that expanded period with different information in hand. I personally happen to believe that people ought to go to the polls with the same information in hand. We've got an opportunity today to take the information that we learned about the Democratic Attorney General's candidate in the interim between September 19th and today and say that it is wholly unacceptable to every single member of this body to have somebody who's running for statewide office, much less running for Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Virginia, to talk about wishing death upon the children of his colleague, the then Speaker of the House, to suggest that if he had a gun and 2 bullets, 2 go in the head of the Speaker of the House of Delegates, that maybe more police officers ought to die in order to stop police officers from shooting people. You know, you all had your opportunity to present your January 6th resolution. We are here. We are here. We're here in the spirit under which, our government here in the Commonwealth of Virginia was founded. It was founded on principles of free speech and free expression. And here we are in the deliberative process trying to shut down dissent and the opportunity to put forward resolutions that directly address issues that are before the voters right now. I don't know that we've ever met in the shadow of a statewide election in the manner that we are meeting here today and this week. I don't know whether the purpose is to take Madam President and the senator from Chesterfield and others off of the campaign trail. Maybe that's one of the purposes. But I respectfully submit that at a minimum, we ought to be taking up and discussing and seeing whether we can all agree that we're going to condemn political violence and threats of political violence. And we had an opportunity with the first resolution to be very specific about it, to address specific situations. Right now, we're just talking about generally condemning political violence. What is so difficult about that? The majority leader expressed his outrage from his perspective. I think we ought to be able to agree on this. And it sounds like maybe we would agree if we would be allowed to place this in the procedural resolution and move forward and address it. Thank you.
The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak to the measure.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. People say stupid things. People say foolish things. But actions speak louder than words. And when we honored our state police for their activity on January the 6th, I went up to the superintendent afterwards and I said, do you know what didn't happen today as they were leaving the chamber? And he said, yeah, I know. Is that nobody from the other side of this chamber shook their hand. Not one. Actions speak louder than words. And that's all I have to say about that very sad occasion when we were honoring our state police on January the 6th and what they did that day to preserve democracy in America. Thank you.
The senator from Roanoke, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I'm surprised, I'm disappointed in the majority leader back-to-back days comments. But his memories does not seem to be serving him well. I recall this last session when he stood up and said, no one on this side will vote for anything solar related, right after we had just done that. And that was a few months after he'd previously said, no one on this side will vote with us on anything addressing gun violence that comes from the Democratic side, right after we passed legislation from the senior senator of Loudoun. So you seem to keep forgetting the times you say no one's interested in working with you on anything bipartisan. These things happen. They've happened. You forget them. I hope to remind you. I would also remind you, a lot of us had things to say on January 6th, and it was very clear. You heard what Senator Obenchain said. The assault on the U.S. Capitol and violent interruption of the legislative process is an assault on our nation and the constitutional process. These criminals should be apprehended and prosecuted. Our country desperately needs prayer and the efforts of all people of goodwill. January 6, 2021, 6:23 p.m. I think that you would do well to try to remember some of these things instead of try to think the worst. And I think that we all agree about what happened in Minnesota was terrible. I heard from several folks about that said, this is terrible, this is awful, and it was. And I think we should be able to condemn these things. And I don't understand why hearing about condemnations of political violence would be an issue. So, Madam President, I hope that we will adopt the amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Just a reminder to the senators that all items should be addressed to me, Madam President, and so we would refrain from saying you and your, etc. The senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the amendment.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I've listened intently at all the finger pointing about what one group has done and what another group has done or not done. And I would just comment to the body that unequivocally, I condemn all political violence, regardless of where it stemmed from, a Republican, a Democrat, an independent, or anybody. And I think that we all should. And I think that's all that this amendment to the resolution does. And I'll tell you a little personal story. When I was a young Commonwealth's attorney prosecuting a drug dealer that had moved into the Northern Neck out of Prince William, he had done a bunch of things, and we ended up holding him without bond because of certain things that had happened. And about a month later, I had an FBI agent out of D.C. or the Fredericksburg office call me and said, I've got to talk to you right away. And he came into my office and he sat down and he said, we just uncovered a plot to kill you, your wife, and your children. And this guy who was in jail and had the money to do it, because I was prosecuting him for selling drugs to children, was attempting to hire people to kill me, my wife, and my children. The only reason anybody told the FBI was because they didn't want to see my children killed. This is the God's honest truth. They said, we don't care about Stewart. We don't really care about his wife. But those children shouldn't be killed because they shouldn't be in the picture. And let me tell you, I can't explain to you how that changes your life. And I hope nobody in this room has ever had to go through that or ever will have to go through that. I was an elected constitutional officer just doing my job. And I did it very fairly because I believe in justice. And I've always fought for that. But to have to tell children that are, and I can't remember, 3, 5, and 7, you've got to leave. You've got to go away for a while with your mother because things are not safe here. And for them to have to leave for months on end. And I slept in a house by myself with a 380 auto under my pillow with police stationed in different places for several months. It takes an impact on you, and it's an impact on your family that you are not likely to forget. And I would submit to this body that it had an impact on Todd Gilbert and his wife and his children. Because just to hear those words, that anyone could even think that, even possibly say it, much less put it in writing, I'll guarantee you, Madam President, it changed all their lives. And not one of us in here today should object to this resolution because we all agree on it. And you vote against something for political reasons, it doesn't make any sense. We are Virginians first. And we should care about all of our citizens, and we should all condemn political violence or any kind of violence, regardless of who's on the ballot. And sometimes you have to have the strength of your convictions. You have to have the backbone and stand up and say that's wrong, even if it's a member of your own political party. Thank you, Madam.
The senior senator from Prince William, Senator McPike. The senator from Botetourt, Senator Head. Your microphone.
All right. Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the amendment.
The senator may say on.
Thank you, Madam President, and members of the body. I'm dumbfounded that there would be any opposition to this amendment, because all of us know that the world that we live in has gone crazy and has gotten out of control. And I firsthand experienced this, just the reality of this just a few weeks ago when I was at a Roanoke College football game when Roanoke College was playing Gallaudet University, which is the university for the deaf. And I was there because it was Deaf Awareness Month, and there were members there also from the Virginia School for the Deaf and Blind, which I happened to have the honor of serving as president of the Board of Visitors for. And there was going to be a presentation done at halftime that they'd asked me to be a part of. And so I was there for that football game, and when I arrived, it was shortly after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and death threats that ultimately were proven to be valid death threats against two of the members of the House of Delegates running for re-election. And that's disturbing enough, but when I got there in sleepy little Salem, Virginia, right there in my friend Senator Suline's district, and I was met by the chief of police there, and who greeted me to walk me in and get me through the gates and walk around. And he asked me a question that was dumbfounding to me. And that was, he asked me there if I wanted to have a member of the Salem police force accompany me for the day and escort me to act as my security while we were there. And I was just, honestly, my initial take was that was ridiculous, and I said, no, I think I'll be fine. And I was. But later, I reflected on that, and I shared that both with my wife and then the next morning with in Sunday school, in my Sunday school class. And everyone there said, you were a fool, you should have taken it. Because you don't know what kind of world we're living in today. Because people would lash out against me because I am a conservative Republican, even in a district where that is the majority overwhelmingly of the people that live in that area of the Commonwealth. But the fact that there might have been a threat against me, that there might have been a danger, means that we have as a society completely lost our moorings. We don't have any objective sense of propriety or right and wrong that we're standing on. And Madam President, this is wrong. We used to know what was right and what was wrong. And we used to be able to stand up and say, you need to stop this. But instead we have people that are applauding it. The day Charlie Kirk was assassinated, I was on an airplane flying back from a meeting in Kansas City. And the news broke just as we were taking off, and I had a news on the screen in front of me that this had happened, and was able to be getting texts back and forth through the Wi-Fi on the airplane, and was hearing the stories and hearing about what was going on as we flew back across. And by the time we landed in Atlanta from Kansas City, the tragic news that Charlie Kirk had passed away was everywhere. And it just galvanized where we are as a society. We're at each other's throats, and we shouldn't be. Because, and particularly in Virginia, we should be all standing together, because the one thing that we, particularly in this body, have always prided ourselves on is that in spite of our differences, when we don't agree on policy, we can be collegial with one another, and we can keep a sense of propriety. And when everybody knows that political violence is absolutely something that should be anathema to everyone. When we want to bring forth an opportunity to have a resolution introduced that would address exactly that, and you oppose that, or, as I suspect will happen shortly, you would then say, we're just going to pass by that. If you do either of those actions, then the implication is you think it's okay to have political violence. And if that's true, shame on you. Madam President, we ought to adopt this amendment. And so I really hope that we will, and I thank you.
The senior senator from Prince William, Senator McPike. Senator doesn't wish to speak. All right. The senator from Stafford, Senator Durant.
Thank you, Madam President. Forgive me earlier. I was listening to some of these remarks about it, and
for what purpose does the senator rise?
My apologies. I want to speak to this amendment. Thank
The
you.
senator has the floor.
I was listening to the back and forth that we've gone on, whether there's been condemnations or not. There's a uniform theme that there are political violence on both sides, full stop. And as I'm listening to this, I'm looking at a picture that I took when I was very first elected to the House of Delegates. I've got it right here. And it's Speaker Gilbert with his two young boys. And they escaped their mother and ran up to the top to their poor mother's whore. And I think they ditched their shoes. And those two boys were about probably 2 and 4 years old at the time. I don't understand how any member of this General Assembly, and I can see how this is going to go, I do not understand how we cannot come together to say there's no way. Can you imagine if the roles were flipped? And what you would be saying to this side? You have to be ashamed of yourself for this. This is two sons of our family here in this General Assembly. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the Peake Amendment, floor amendment, number 2, be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no? No. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. This will be a recorded vote. The question is, shall the Peake Amendment, number 2, floor amendment, be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 19.
Ayes 18, noes 19. The Peake Amendment, number 2, fails. Chair now calls on the senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Madam President, I move that House Joint Resolution 6006 pass.
Does the senator wish to speak to the motion?
I think we thoroughly heard it. I move that we agree to the resolution. The resolution is relating to the scope of business that can come before this assembly. And the only thing that has changed from the last time we voted on this is Section 7, which addresses redistricting. Again, I move that it be agreed to.
The question is,
Madam President.
the senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Madam President, I won't belabor the point, but I would simply ask my colleagues to vote no on this procedural resolution. This is an inappropriate expansion of this special session of the General Assembly. It would be my hope that all members would consider casting a red vote on this.
The question is, shall House Joint Resolution 6006 be agreed to? Those in favor of that motion? Senator Sorovell, Senator. Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, no 17.
Ayes 21, no 17. The resolution fails. The senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
I move that we adjourn.
There is no debate on the move to adjourn. The question, there is no debate.
Madam President, I move to appeal the ruling of the chair that the vote failed.
There is no debate.
We didn't have.
There is no debate. There is no debate. The question is, the question is, shall the Senate now adjourn to a specific time? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes.
Madam President, I would move that we adjourn till a date upon which, with 3 days' notice, the chair of the Rules Committee calls for reconvening of this session.
The question is, as the gentleman from Rockingham has stated, which would include a 48 hours notice. Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
17 noes, 21.
Aye, 17 noes, 21. The adjournment motion fails.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the senator from Eastern Fairfax County rise?
Having allegedly voted on the prevailing side by which we allegedly rejected a motion a minute ago, I move we reconsider that vote.
Point of order.
You've got a point of order.
The senator from Rockingham.
The vote on the procedural resolution is no longer before the body.
I am informed that, as is customary, we can reconsider the motion.
Madam Chair?
The senator from Botetourt, Senator Head.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Senator may state it.
Would not, if the chair has ruled that the motion failed, would not.
I'm sorry. The senator will suspend. We have to have order. We do. These are serious matters that we are talking about when it pertains to the lives of the citizens of this great Commonwealth. The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. So in order for a vote to be reconsidered, first of all, does not the person making that motion need to have been voting on the prevailing side?
The senator is correct.
And further parliamentary
The senator
inquiry,
may continue.
would that not mean that in a motion that failed, that the person making the motion to reconsider would have to have voted no, so that that would have been a vote for failure? And as a result, would not the senator from Fairfax's motion be out of order?
That would be the case, Senator.
Madam President.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
I move to sustain the prior ruling of the chair that the vote failed.
Madam
The
President,
senator from Rockingham.
Repeal, if that's the right
point
word.
of order.
The senator may continue.
Madam President, is it not true that we voted on a subsequent motion and that the issue of whether the chair's ruling is no longer before the body and that it is inappropriate at this point and improper and not permissible to appeal the ruling of the chair on a prior motion that took place before the motion to adjourn?
The Senate will be temporarily at ease while the chair consults.
Madam President, I move to appeal the ruling of the chair that we cannot go back. We cannot go back to the prior motion because of the senator from Rockingham's motion to adjourn.
Well, I do believe that Senator Head had a motion on the floor. Okay. Parliamentary inquiry. All right, thank you. The senator from Rockingham?
Madam President, is it in order for me to speak to the motion?
The senator has the
to
floor.
affirm the ruling of the chair. Speaking of the motion, we have had a lengthy discussion about the procedural aspects of what just happened. What happened was there was a vote on the procedural resolution. It failed to achieve a 2/3 vote, which is what is required in order to change the scope of this special session of the General Assembly. The chair, Madam President, properly ruled that the procedural resolution failed to achieve that 2/3 vote margin. At that point, it may have been appropriate to challenge the chair's ruling that a 2/3 vote was required or not, and I understand that there is a significant difference of opinion among members of this body as to whether a 2/3 vote is required. But I was recognized. I made a motion to adjourn. No motion was made to confirm or affirm the ruling of the chair before the non-debatable motion to adjourn was made. That was what was before the body. We had moved on from the procedural resolution vote, and it was not thereafter appropriate to, after the vote on the motion to adjourn, to skip back and come back to a prior ruling of the chair in order to overrule it. There is no provision in the rules of the Senate that allow that. There is no provision in Jefferson's manual or Mason's manual, to the best of my knowledge, and I've been so informed, that permits that. And it would be my contention that the ruling of the chair was perfectly appropriate and should be affirmed. And I would ask the members to cast a green vote on whether to affirm the ruling of the chair with respect to hopscotching back to prior rulings.
Senator Surville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I would ask the body to not affirm the ruling of the chair on this. First of all, under Article 4, Section 7 of the Constitution, each chamber has the constitutional right to settle its rules of procedure. It's our prerogative to decide what the rules of procedure are in our chamber under our Constitution. That's what we do every day. It's what we've done with our rules. It's what we're going to do with our vote here in a minute. I would just also note there's nothing in the rules of the Senate, Mason's manual, or Jefferson's rules that prohibit us from doing what I've asked to do. Madam President, the ruling that we heard just a moment ago, or the motion to adjourn, was clearly staged. We never really have a moment to speak. There was hardly a moment of silence between your honors, or between Madam President's statement about the vote and the senator's motion to adjourn, which, by the way, can be made at any point in any time in the middle of debate. You can make a motion to adjourn. So to simply say that our entire process could be completely destroyed because somebody happens to jump up and make a non-debatable motion in the middle of any debate on anything would be completely destructive of our ability to operate our chamber. And so, Madam President, we can't run our chamber that way. It's not an orderly way to run this chamber. And I would ask that we not sustain the ruling of the chair. Everybody on this side vote red.
The question is, shall the ruling of the chair that under the Constitution of Virginia, the passage of a joint resolution relating to redistricting during the special session
Madam President.
requires the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the members elected to each house. To go back. All in favor of that motion will please record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
17, noes 21.
Ayes 17, noes 21. The ruling of the chair is not sustained.
Madam President,
The senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surville.
parliamentary inquiry.
The senator may state it.
You previously ruled that the HJ 6006 failed, I think, on a 21-17 vote. What is Madam President's opinions that what kind of vote it takes to pass such a resolution?
Thank the senator. Senator, in response to the parliamentary inquiry of the senator from Eastern Fairfax County regarding the necessary vote, the threshold by which the passage of a joint resolution relating to redistricting according to House Joint Resolution 6006, the chair will refer to the Constitution of Virginia for guidance. Under Article 4, Section 6, the Constitution provides that the governor may convene a special session of the General Assembly when, in his opinion, the interest of the Commonwealth may require and shall convene a special session upon the application of 2/3 of members elected to each house, unquote. This provision then establishes that a 2/3 vote represents the constitutional threshold for authorizing extraordinary legislative action, such as convening or expanding the scope of a special session. Further, Article 5, Section 5 defines the governor's legislative powers, which include the authority to call the General Assembly into special session when, in his judgment, the interest of the Commonwealth may require. The governor's proclamation for a special session, therefore, sets both the purpose and the boundaries within which the General Assembly may act. In this instance, the question before the body concerns a joint resolution to alter or abolish the existing redistricting process, which may be adopted by a simple majority. It is the ruling of the chair that, consistent with the constitutional framework and the governor's call for this special session, a 2/3 vote of the members elected to each house is required for passage. This threshold ensures that actions taken during a special session reflect broad constitutional agreement rather than a temporary majority, which is consistent with the spirit and the intent of Article 4 of our Constitution. The chair acknowledges that the Senate, by majority vote, may choose to overrule this interpretation. However, it must be noted that such action would stand contrary to the constitutional authority cited and to the original purpose for which this special session was convened. The record will clearly reflect that this ruling is grounded in constitutional principles to preserve the integrity of the legislative process and to ensure a clear foundation for any potential review. Finally, should this body proceed to pass a joint resolution on redistricting without achieving the required 2/3 vote, such action would not be consistent with the intent of the governor's proclamation calling this session. Therefore, a new special session would be required to properly consider that resolution and any related matters. Again, accordingly, it is the ruling of the chair that, under the Constitution of Virginia, the passage of a joint resolution relating to redistricting during this special session requires the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the members elected to each house. The senator may proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to appeal the ruling of the chair and speak to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I appreciate your lengthy epistle there. Happy you went and read the Constitution, a few other things. But I would just note for the record, first of all, we passed, we've amended this special session a couple different times now. Most recently, we did it, I want to say, on, I think it was April the 11th of this year. We had passed a resolution amending this session. The House passed that. I want to say it was like 60 to 38 or something like that. It clearly was not a 2/3 vote. We proceeded anyway. The resolution came over here. We did not find it out of order. We ended up voting for that. Nobody raised an objection. I'd also note when the governor initially called us into this special session, I just want to thank the governor for allowing us to have this opportunity today. We appreciate that. To you upstairs. He originally called us in to do a budget, I guess, because he didn't like our budget. And we had to do a new budget because of him. And at that time, we did the procedure resolution. The procedure resolution called for us to do a lot of other things besides a budget. It said we could do commending resolutions. It said we could do memorial resolutions. It said we could elect judges. It said we could confirm his appointees, which we've done. We haven't confirmed some of his appointees, which he didn't like, and we're actually going to hear about that at the Supreme Court on Thursday. But I would just note, Madam President, that we also elected a whole bunch of judges on, I forget what day it was. It was on April the 2nd. The governor actually in his call didn't say anything about electing judges, but we went and elected judges anyway. And everybody here voted for those judges. Nobody voted no. And you know what? The governor even signed commissions. Commissions. The governor signed commissions giving judges their robe. And those judges are today sitting on the bench, putting people in jail and ruling on civil matters and doing things that apparently you, Madam President, think is void or should never have happened. And apparently the governor now thinks we never should have done, even though he has basically been acting like it's all been okay for the last 15 months. And I would just note that the General Assembly, probably in perpetuity as far as I know, has claimed the authority to do in special session whatever we feel like, notwithstanding whatever the governor would like us to do, because under Article 4, Section 7 of our Constitution, we have the right to decide what we do here, not some guy upstairs. He is not part of our branch of government. He has nothing to do with us. He can go mind his own business, except for the business we send to him. And that's how this place works. That's how our government works. That's how it works in every other state. And so, Madam President, appreciate your ruling. I disagree with it. The Senate of Virginia will decide what it wants to decide, when it wants to hear it, what we want to do. That's how we roll. The majority does that. I would hope we vote no and do not sustain the ruling of the chair.
The senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to speak to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I was going to say more, but Madam President, you, I think, very succinctly and clearly articulated the constitutional thought process of the requirement of 2/3. And even though the gentleman from Fairfax and I share some academic pedigree, we disagree on our interpretations of the Constitution. And Madam President, I would argue that Article 5, Section 5 very clearly does give the governor some authority over the legislative body, and that is to call the legislative body back. Madam President, we only have the ability to address what happens in this body, not the other body down the street. And the prior procedural resolutions that the gentleman referenced were ones that did have a vote that was greater than 2/3. This procedural resolution change does not. So, Madam President, I do think there is a significant difference from what was argued about the prior procedural resolutions. And Madam President, I do think Article 5, Section 5 requires the 2/3 vote in order for us to be called back into special session on a new topic. And Madam President, I'll remind the body, as you informed me what day this week, I can't remember whether it was yesterday or the day before, that this was a special session from 2024. We're in 2025. That means a general session, regular session of this body occurred, and if it was the intent of the founders and of the Constitution to have a full-time perpetual session, they could have just done that. Special sessions were not intended to be there, and the requirement that a 2/3 vote would be in place from the legislature in order to call that special session is consistent with your interpretation and my interpretation, and I would ask my colleagues to vote green to sustain the ruling of the chair.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the senator rise?
If no one else wishes to speak, I just would like to say one last thing.
The chair has neglected to keep time because, according to the rules, when an appeal of the chair is questioned, each side gets 5 minutes. I'm not sure if you are past your 5 minutes, sir, or within your 5 minutes.
I don't know. I feel like time has kind of stopped today.
Well, we are in 2024, apparently. But out of the generous heart of the chair, the senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President, for your generosity. Madam President, I just wanted to cite one more thing to the body. You all might know we do have a Supreme Court. And that Supreme Court has a justice on it named Justice McCullough, who's currently sitting right now, and he was kind enough to write a treatise on the Constitution of Virginia, how to interpret it. And I just want to read it to everybody, given that this may end up in front of him. He wrote, "Once the special session convenes, however, the General Assembly has the same broad powers it enjoys during a regular session. The Constitution of Virginia does not provide the governor with the power to limit the special session to a specific set of subject or subjects. Moreover, nothing in the Constitution limits the General Assembly to subject matter specified in the governor's proclamation, which convenes the special session. Therefore, the General Assembly may consider matters other than those specifically contained in the governor's proclamation calling the special session. The text of this section does not set any limit on the subject matter of the special session." So I appreciate the fact that the Supreme Court Justice McCullough, who might end up hearing this, has written that he agrees with us, disagrees with you, Madam President. And in light of that, I would hope that we would all stand with Justice McCullough and vote to overrule the ruling of the chair.
The question is, shall the ruling of the chair that under the Constitution of Virginia, the passage of a joint resolution relating to redistricting during this special session requires the affirmative vote of 2/3 of the members elected to each house be sustained? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the road.
17, noes 21.
Aye, 17, noes 21. The ruling of the chair is not sustained.
Madam President.
The senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Parliamentary inquiry.
The senator may continue.
Okay, Madam President, in light of the fact that Madam President was just overruled, does Madam President now agree that the resolution passed? Or does the record reflect that the resolution passed?
The chair does not rule that the resolution has passed because of the previous reasons stated, but the Senate itself, the majority party prevailing, has ruled that the HJ 6006 is passed.
Inquiry of the clerk. Madam Clerk, does the Senate Journal going to reflect that the resolution passed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, and I'll go communicate that to the House.
Madam Clerk, will it also reflect the ruling as the chair has stated?
Yes, ma'am.
I thank the clerk. The Senate will be at ease until the senator from Eastern Fairfax County returns. County having returned. Senator Sorreville.
Madam President, it'd be my intent to move to recess to a time, but I think we never did the morning hour, and I'm not sure if we need to take care of the morning hour.
And we have to finish the calendar, sir.
Oh. Let's do all that. Okay.
Madam Clerk.
Memorial Resolution, Senate Resolution 700, celebrating the life of Jane Kamps Strauss.
The senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we accept the resolution.
All those in favor of accepting Memorial Resolution, Senate Resolution 700, please rise in the usual manner. The resolution is agreed to. Returning to the morning hour, Chair calls on Senator Sturdivant, senator from Colonial Heights.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for two introductions.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Joining us earlier in the gallery, and they may or may not still be here. They may have gone down to get down the hall to watch the House, but we've had a group called Virginians Against Gerrymandering who are here at the Capitol to watch both the House and Senate and any committee meetings and votes that may be happening today and this week. And I wanted to ask us to offer them the warm welcome of the Senate. And it's Virginians Against Gerrymandering, Madam President.
Is anyone from that group here? All right. Well, we will welcome them in absentia, and I'm sure they're off to the other body where they'll see very lively discussions as well. Senator Sturdivant.
Thank you, Madam President. And also another group that was here that I suspect was not able to stick around, but will hopefully be on Capitol grounds the remainder of the day, is Turning Point USA. These are high school and college students from across the Commonwealth who are here to watch the legislative process in action, and I believe specifically here in regard to the other subject matter of the other group to oppose attempts to bring gerrymandering back to Virginia. And I'd ask that we offer them the warm welcome of the Senate if they're also here.
Anyone here from Turning Point USA? Well, let the record show that we would have welcomed them and we would have been glad to see them. Thank you, Senator. Is there any other business to come before the Senate? The senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Sorreville.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to have a motion for us to recess temporarily. Speaking to that, let me put it this way. I move that we recess to 3:30 and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I just want to make sure everybody understands where we are right now. The procedure resolution has been communicated to the House of Delegates. They recessed until, I think, 3:05. It's my understanding they intend to take up a resolution in their Privileges and Elections Committee meeting, which I assume is probably taking place right now. Then it'll go back to the floor of the House. Over there, they only do one read on resolutions instead of three like us. So they will vote that probably sometime between 3:05 and however long it takes over there, we'll see. And then they'll come back over here. We have to be in the chamber here in order to have our second read, even though we're not going to do anything. So we'll just be here to receive it, and then we will, this body will adjourn until tomorrow, and then the Privileges and Elections Committee will meet this afternoon after we receive that resolution. So that's the plan for the days, so people can plan their day and understand where they need to be. But we can't leave here until the House sends it back over here at some point after 3:30 today. So that's the plan.
The senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Well, sorry, first read. I'm sorry, it's first read. First read when it comes over here, not second.
Madam President, thank the senator from Fairfax for clarifying the first reading. And I do want to just comment for those that are watching elsewhere because there's not a whole lot of people physically here other than us. I appreciate the senator working on trying to establish the time frame throughout the day. We do, even when we have some vehement disagreements politically, we can still work together, and I appreciate the fact that we continue to have that working relationship. So thank you.
Without objection, the Senate stands at recess until 3:30. Is that a.m. or p.m.? p.m. today.
We have House Joint Resolution number 6007, proposing an amendment to Section 6 of Article 2 of the Constitution of Virginia and proposing an amendment to the Constitution of Virginia by adding in the Schedule A section numbered 6 relating to apportionment, congressional districts, limited authority of the General Assembly to modify. It has been referred to the Committee on Privileges and Elections. Announcements. The Committee on Privileges and Elections will meet 30 minutes after adjournment in Senate Room B.
Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Hearing none.
Madam President.
Senator Surville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for an announcement.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate, I'm sorry that took like an extra hour or so, but the House decided to learn from us and not limit debate, which they usually do, so their debate took a little longer than we expected. But the plan right now is to be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Tomorrow there's not a lot to do because it's just on second read, but we do have to come and knock that out. Although y'all are welcome to waive reads if you like. It'd be great if you could. But don't expect that to happen. There's also a little argument tomorrow at the Supreme Court at 11 o'clock that people might want to go watch as well. So hopefully we'll be out here by 11, I would expect. And then on Friday, the plan is to meet also at 9 a.m. just people can plan their day. Again, I don't know how long the debate's going to take, but the hope was to come in early so we could get out early so people could have jobs and other things to do in the afternoon and have the rest of the day to get to that. So that's the plan. And if anybody has any questions, let me know, and hope you enjoy your evening.
Chair calls on Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
The question is, shall the Senate now adjourn until 9 a.m. tomorrow? All in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The Senate stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Did you know that you can watch the Senate live on YouTube? Visit the channel by browsing to youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. That's youtube.com/@Senate of Virginia. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia. Senate Chamber. This is the Senate of Virginia, Richmond, Virginia.